Hello everyone, I am back and with Minecraft. After spending forever, and by forever I mean almost 1 month and a week. It's been 35 days? 36 days? Something like that. We're back. So, I talked about this a little bit yesterday, but I have... what's in? The antimatter pellets. They have finally finished. I have those two. I have this one, which will be done at some point within the next, like 30-ish seconds. And then the next one will take roughly 3 minutes. So that'll give me 1 moment to talk about some changes. There aren't a whole lot of changes, other than... any changes over here? Yes, there is one change. You might notice that this is no longer the annealed copper cable, but instead platinum. That's because it's no longer connected to that system. Instead, I made platinum cables and connected it directly up to this. Good, I have more time. Beyond that, I've gotten so much of the other stuff that I had originally added some bronze drills, but now even those have finished, so this setup is no longer actually technically needed because I have so much stuff. I'm just going to keep checking back on that every so often. So, I changed the piping here so that it could go out of this and into this easier. So now I have a reserve for my reserve. Because at one point I accidentally drained that entire thing because this broke right underneath here. For some reason that pipe got replaced. So I redid some of that just to try and make it more obvious to myself if something had broken. And the final change I can think to talk about is this. I don't remember if I had the second diesel generator in my last stream or not, but I had originally built it and put it on top of here. And then I decided to just move it over here so that I could connect it into this system. So now this system does 65k on its own, and the platinum cable, which I talked about being connected over to that, works entirely on its own. So the nuclear reactor right now completely powers that cable system all by itself. I see. So I need 1000 polonium. So that means I need 420. I'm assuming 50% done means I lost a bit somewhere. At some point I probably stopped something or broke something and accidentally deleted some somehow. So 3 plutonium tiny dust and a dark matter. Okay. The tungsten ingots that I put through here are done. Ow. Yeah, so as you can see here, I have a lot of monzite, osmium, raw titanium, raw uranium, tungsten dust, literally everything from the drills that I was getting. I have shit tons of. And then I just put bronze drills in, and it was solely to get raw iron, which I now also have a ton of. So if I ever need to make more manganese, I can. But 1 second, I'm getting a phone call. Okay. Not that important to the call. So let's put that through, goes into here. What has gone wrong? Nothing went wrong. If I break that, does it reset? What if I break something like... Is there anything I can break that will completely reset this? Well, I could destroy this entire thing, actually, because I don't really need it anymore. But that's not important. So, even though it went very weird at the end there, I now have 1 extra of these, which is important, because I'm going to need to duplicate that. So, let's do this first. I have to put this into a assembler. Let me just make sure this doesn't have any recipes that I can accidentally do at the same time. Gonna take 1 moment just to, there we go, we have made nukes. So two of those. Then we need to make qubits. This is that recipe, I believe. Of course it did this. It always does this to me. Forgot that you have to add these in last so that it actually does the right recipe. Or it can just continue to do the wrong recipe. Well, okay, let's wait a second so that it can finish doing its incorrect thing. Take those out and lock this entire thing. Two, 6, 12. 1, 6, 12. 2, 6, 12. Should be taking helium-3, that stuff. Should be making quantum circuit boards. Oh, I need at least 32 in upgrades. Okay, upgrade. Oh, this is why. I need to tell it is allowed to make quantum circuit board. Perfect. Puts 2, 2, 4, and that. So twice as many of these as these. So I have 2 for something else. So once this is done, tell it to make that, and I probably need more upgrades, don't I? I'm realizing now that, perfect. I actually didn't really need to put it in there. I could have just done this by hand. And that is that tier done. Okay, singularity. I need to go put this stuff into the implosion compressor. Perfect. And now we have two singularities. Just that. So we need to start making UU matter with the electrolyzer. Um, how much of this do we need? We need 500 for the replicator and 50 for the assembler. One of these for the quantum upgrade, but we also need one for the empowerer. I might need to make another singularity that I didn't think about. I only made 2, but I might need 3, and if I need 3, I can... it's pretty easy to make. This is... I can easily make. But if I just make 2 nukes, I'll be able to duplicate that, and I have the 2 extra processors. I have tons of that. I can easily make that. You know what? Actually, not too hard to make another singularity if necessary. Once I get the replicator, which I have everything I need to get the replicator. So let's continue down that process. So electrolyzer. That's neither of those. So this, I need one more highly advanced fluid output. Titanium. So we make one of those and one of those. Okay, perfect. So one of these is UU matter. Fluid pipe. We don't have purple over here yet. What do I do with the UU matter again? It goes to the assembler, which is right over here. I'll probably have to make another one of those specifically for UU matter, but I'll do that at a later time. And by a later time, I mean potentially later today. I want to put this. Potentially just run it along here. Yeah, sure, we can just run it along here and do highly advanced fluid input. Oy vey, do this again. Make the output, change it into an input. And go with fluid. Okay, so let's see. It can't be blue, black, pink, green, red, or purple. Could make it magenta. We get some magenta dye. And let's make this into UU matter. Wait, I have to do this with outshifting. Perfect. That back. Let's see. I could keep bringing it all the way along here and then connect it where this is. Or I could run it along here and then change it. No, I'll do it here. So now we have 2 millibuckets of UU matter. Boom. That is another quest done. Um, there we go. The last 2 quests. The last 2 fluid quests, specifically. I'll actually probably have this one done before this one. Actually, no, I will have that one done before this one, because this is significantly harder. Mostly because of the need to make the fusion reactor, which is super expensive to make unless you have the replicator and you optimize that first. Is that my only quest here? Yes. So I have one more quest in here. I've technically done this quest, but it can't actually be completed. One quest here, so it's, sorry, actually 2 quests here, 1 here, so it's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 more quests to do. So now we need to make 50 millibuckets of UU matter. So I need those, one of the singularities, that, there we go. So that's one of them. Accidentally making any of these at this point. For quantum circuits, I assume I'll be getting one for something else. Did I miscount? I appear to have miscounted. good, not good. Guess that means we're going to have to take the time to make one more of these. Is that why I have this stuff? Overall, that's not actually too hard to make, so I need to make one of those, which means I have to make 2 of these. And 2 of these. And 1 more of those. That's not too bad. I can make 2 of these pretty easily. 2 of these easily. 1 of these pretty easily. So overall, I want to keep this one. It's only at 7 millibuckets. The biggest problem is that's going to take some time. I should repurpose this into an electrolyzer for UU matter. But I don't need all of that helium anymore. So, what I should do is let this get up all the way to 550, and will that works itself out make this, the 2 of these. You know what? I should probably make 2 of these. No, then I have to make more qubits, which aren't that hard, but are just slightly annoying. I'll only make 1 of these for now. I have to actually go AFK. So... yeah, I'm gonna quit out. Very early AFK, I know, but it should be shorter than normal. Be right back. Okay. Now... we'll be good to go for another hour, then I have to do the longer AFK. Why isn't it registering my game? There we go. Okay. I want to grab a bunch of things that I'm going to be replicating. They're going to be things that I probably only have a couple of. That's something I want to replicate. I no longer need to make any of those. Just replicate those rather than make more. Not that it's terribly difficult, it's just mildly annoying. Wait. Yeah, that's what makes it mildly annoying, the fact that I have to make those. Start putting these things in here. How much does it take to make singularity? That's the easy part. This is the hard part. Primarily because of this. So I would have to make... to double my output production from what currently is, I would have to make 128 processing units. I mean, I guess I might end up taking the time to do this. Solely because I'm going to need something to fill the time. Because we are only at 17 currently. What I end up doing is turbo. I'm getting myself distracted, but machine hulls. I grabbed one of those. I can grab one of those. I already grabbed one of those. Antimatter pellet. So the hardest part about making this after I duplicate these will be qubits and the singularity that I'll probably have to remake. Which won't be too bad because I can duplicate nukes, so it shouldn't be too hard to get a second replicator going. The nice part is once I get two replicators, I can start replicating the replicators, and then that combined with replicating singularities, I can get a lot of things replicating, including these large advanced motors, which I can use to replace all the advanced motors I have around. Then I will have 64 times 64. Huh, I just discovered an interesting problem with my keyboard. Does it happen on my other keyboard too? It does. That's weird. Shift 6 isn't producing the up caret thing. I don't know what its official name is. But then I will be able to produce 4,090, not produce, I'll be able to move 4,096 items every 3 seconds. So, you know, quite a bit. Um, if 6 isn't giving the caret. To US or English? Let me check my language. Keyboard. United States. Action region, Windows display, typing. Let me try English United States and see if that fixes it. It does not. Back to Canada. Hmm? Let me open the control panel. Keyboard. Where do I find the keyboard in here? Control panel keyboard, hard tab. Make sure, depending on how many keys you want, keyboard is selected, and it shows that it will support as many keys as there actually are on your keyboard. I hope this helps. Devices and printers, maybe? No. Hardware. General driver. Details. Events. Okay, that's not helping. I found out through my Windows settings that I had UK English language settings keyboard, but an American International QWERTY. Keyboard layout. No, not French Canada. I want English Canada. Okay. Formats. Need to completely restart, which won't happen until later. New code. How enter keyboard. Press Alt, then X. Unicode 005E. So is it Alt 005EX? Must encode directly. Characters can be entered by either segment by typing a certain sequence or a chord of keys. Press the plus key. So it's Alt plus 005E. Nope, that did not work. Type the character code, press Alt, for example. Zero 038. Let's try that one. Zero 005. Nope, I can't figure out how to do it just naturally. But that's fine. Hopefully when I restart my computer later, it'll fix the problem. Okay. Superconductor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 12. This will make me 18. 3, 4. Copper. Okay, now let's go look at ingots. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, this is what I want. So let's turn this into ingots. Put this through the implosion compressor. I'm gonna have to do all of this again to make one extra. Okay, let's remove some of these favorites for a little bit. I can add them back if I need to. Keep those ones. Let's remove all of those steps. Let's remove that one. Okay, so oh. I was trying to look at Invar. So I get 3 per... Perfect. Motor. Superconductor. Ingots. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, pack all of that shit together. Annealed copper. 1, 2, 3. Put that through the wire mill. Bring that back. Search up iridium. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, wait, no, I need 6. Put that in there. Bring this back out. This back. Do that. Okay, and it should return, and there we go. Do these. Okay, now while that goes through, I'm going to respond to a text message and work one-handed. Now I'm going to have to type. Let's get the platinum going. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Uh, First things I need to do is make 2 of these. What's the other part of this? Ah, stainless steel stuff. Okay, let's let's see, that's 5. What are we up to right now? 640, 665. So it should be that one. Yep. 640, 680. And then the other thing we have to do is 624, which means we should be 16 less than 10 stacks. And that's exactly what we are, so all of this goes into there. Put all of that stuff in. So that means we need an additional 8. Perfect. So that means I need to put 8 through there. And is this 576? It is, so all of this gets turned into curved plates. We need to leave 672 in there. Perfect. So now we need 288 to be turned into that, and 288 for that. Let's bend those, grab those. We need 1,344, so as soon as we see that, we can dump all of those onto the ground. Do all of that. And grab those. And grab these. More. And how many fluid pipes do we need? 324. Oof. 324. Okay, pop those in there, and now let's go to the tin. And how much tin do we need? We compress it all. Oh, I need to allow this to go through. Perfect. And as soon as those last two are done crafting, we're still not above 13 hours. I must have been using that while I was letting those things build. I wasn't using it that much, so there must be some other reason it's that low. Perfect. So... let me just search for my upgrades. Perfect. Oh good, we even have 4 left over, so I can put 1 in there. And I will be able to replicate this once I have the replicator going. How much do we have? 109 out of the 550 needed? That's not bad. Has it reached max efficiency here? It has. Yeah, so that's only using 11k of the network currently. I could tear all of this down since I shouldn't need it again. Let's make this look like it'll take a lot less time by getting rid of all of the glass first. There we go, now we just have to destroy the shell. Okay, so we can put all of that shit away. We don't need that. Okay, we can get rid of this. There we go. Now that's in a spot that I'll probably completely forget about it. Or where I'll completely forget where it is. I won't forget about the actual machine. Dirt. Stone. I'll go dirt. Just in case I haven't learned that yet, I can now make some more dirt on demand. I don't know why I got so much dirt out. I'm only gonna need like 2 stacks. Perfect. So I want to put the fusion reactor there. So where will I'll probably do the UU matter and stuff over here somewhere. I mean, I'll be able to tear this down as I won't need it, because I'll be using the UU matter to replicate this HE Mox Quad fuel rod. And I'll just be sending those fuel rods into this chest. Which means, I could tear all of this helium stuff down now. I could even stop using this for a bit, actually. Let's set this to in. Okay, and let's destroy all of this. The reason I stopped this, even though I'm going to be duplicating Mox rods, is because I'm probably just going to connect the Mox system up to this and hope that it never consumes too quickly. So I want to make sure that I have some just to jumpstart the system. So I don't want them to keep getting used up and then not have any energy in the system. guess I'll just throw some lead to my system and hope that it can handle it. Say goodbye to 83 buckets of helium. Good, this isn't just exporting randomly into this. Let me think for a second. Okay. So now I need to make 4 more of these. Nickel. So if I put both of those in there, they both leave. Nickel ingots come back. Then they should leave. And then I get Invar. It's a bit of an overcomplicated process, but it means I can use dust and ingots together. Which, seeing as I don't have any nickel ingots, is good. Alternatively, I could just start converting all of my nickel into ingots. That would also solve this problem. I also need to make titanium ingots. I could technically make another one of these now. And use it for all of the things that aren't titanium, raw titanium related, or annealed copper related. that works fine, that's gonna work fine, that works fine. Like, most of these things don't require a liquid. That one does. But seeing as I'm not using it much now, and with the replicators incoming, I probably won't be using it much in the future either. So we have a fluid input and a fluid output. Let me just get rid of that. Oh, also, I forgot to mention this earlier, even though I thought about it. I discovered that time torches actually do work together. You can use 2 time torches to affect the same thing, which is why this is able to produce 65k of power at once, even though it's not right now. So, if there were any machines that I actually needed to be working faster, I could just improve them with time torches. Which is probably what I'll actually end up doing to this once I make it into an electrolyzer thing for UU matter. What are we at right now? 169? Oh yeah. That's, sorry, gameplay's gonna disappear for a second. 30% of the way done? So, tin time, as well as stainless steel time. $224. One second. So that's 224, and that is the 208. So this will be turned into 2 different things. So that's that. Make those. Perfect. And that's done. Perfect. Okay, so to make this, I need these. Which means I need these. Let's look up gates. Get these out. And these out. Two. Carbon plates requires carbon dust, requires coal dust. Whoops. Okay. What else do I need that for? Resistors? How many resistors do I have? Any? Put these through the centrifuge. Okay. So compress those. Or Diodes. We need 21, 2, 3. Perfect. Copper. So I need half as much of this as I need fine wire, so let's go coal. We will make a little bit extra. Could you not at least make them like 4 at a time? Actually, you should be able to be making them 5 at a time. Okay, pop those in there. Perfect. That's 2 qubits. I'm gonna have to make 2 more qubits, aren't I? Well, time to make 4 of those. Eight. Okay, we can make 1 full stack of those, and now we need 20 of these. Is there anything else that we can make quickly? We already have the plates for that. Silicone. So I need 4 for that. What else do I need silicone for? for that. So I need 8 for that, and 4 for that. So I need 12 total. So, let's take as much of this out as we can and hope. Good, we have enough space. Let's just make... No... Not quite what I meant to do. Yeah, let's just make the exact amount. $408 goes straight into there. To make this, I need 156. And now we need 20. Take 11 of these back. And make those. Turn the 11 of these into copper wire. Turn all of this silicon into plates. Take all of this, combine it with coal dust. So that means I need 12. What's 6 times 12? That's too high, right? Yes. And now that it's approaching the end, 60 at a time. So, in order to make 4 of these, I need 4 times 6, which is 24. In order to make 24 of these, I need 6 of these, which means 3 plates. And for these, I need aluminum and antimony. I assume I don't have antimony already. Antimony. I don't know why I'm saying it like antimony. Why my brain decided to do that. Put the antimony in. I could have just put it straight into there. Antimony. Just gonna add that to the list of things in there. This goes into the chemical reactor. Perfect. Put those into there. Get 6 back. Put the 6 in there. Get 24 back. Put those in there. Those in there. And now we have those 4 and those 8 things. Electrum. We do already have enough of that, so let's make everything we need here. Okay, now we have to get this all the way up to 56, I believe it was. I will check once I hit 50. Yep. Okay, make 24 of these. How many do I already have? I probably just made too many of those. Nope, I made exactly the right amount. Okay, now to make 48 of these. So this becomes 8. Copper goes in. Copper comes out. That's shit through. Okay, now I need to make 20 of those, which requires aluminium. Do I need aluminum for any other part of this process? No, so I'm just going to make all of that into 56. Okay. That goes, that goes, that goes. And stainless steel. $64. 80. We'll do 4 at a time. Or I put the 16 in first, and that's why it only did 4. Yeah, that's why it only did 4. Okay, that's the platinum I need, and annealed copper. So, we make these 3 at a time, so this will go 24, 27, 30, 32. 33, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We can put 1 back. Okay, put that through. Make 4 of those at once. Is it just rounding up? Oh, no, wow, it actually has made 1,000. Okay. That is... You must have been working overtime. Okay, then. So, we can put that in there. That goes there, that goes there. This is what I need the recipe for. So I need to make 2 more of these. Let me just grab everything that I can. Two. Superconductor. Four, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I missed one. Copper 3 becomes 4. 4 becomes 16. Let's go with 4. 4. Wait, what? Three of these becomes 6 of these becomes 24 of these. Okay. $176. Put that through there. Okay, I think pretty much everything else I have is just meant to be crafted. So now we have everything we need for this. 32. 32 of those. Eight of those. 8 of those. 16 of these. 4 of those. Carbon. Glass. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so now we can just to double check, I won't accidentally make anything with these, because that would be really bad. I won't accidentally make something with this, because that would also be bad. Only has one thing. Oh, I know what the problem is. I need to make that. Okay, and while that works its way through, we are going to have to... Okay, I'll just let that work for a moment. There's the quantum upgrade. And the second one, which we need for... Okay. And now, this should be the final step. That's not where I put that shit. I put that all up here. It goes through. And if I just... speed that shit up. There we go. There isn't actually a quest that'll complete for it yet, but now I have the replicator. And there is nothing special about what it looks like. So most of the things for this I'm going to have to remake a second time. Fortunately, I can start duplicating a bunch of the things necessary to remake it. What is it called? That modern circuit board. Let's search up circuit stuff. It doesn't appear. Okay. So, I am gonna have to go AFK now. Electrolyzer. One of the first things I'm gonna have to do is remake the singularity. Why did I come over here? Oh yes, I wanted this. One sec, I'm getting a phone call. Okay, so let's see. This replicator is only going to be... Eventually it's only going to be used for the Mox fuel run, and I'm going to have other ones. Do I want to connect this system up to this, or... No, probably up to that. Stop that. Okay, it's just quiet because there's no music playing. Gotcha. Eventually, I'm probably gonna stop producing deuterium through this. Once I can. I'll have to figure that out, because I'll want to turn it into a tritium-only thing for the fissile fuel thing. But that's a future problem. For now... I need to make this 9 long. this is 7 long, so I'd have to make it 2 longer than this. Two, 3, so it'll probably be, if I put a tank here, two, 3, 4, 5, 6. Six, so let's see, input is always at the top, output is always at the bottom, so here. I'll put it there for symmetry purposes. Stainless steel. Really advanced fluid. And UU matter. Okay. Now I will finish setting this up more when I get back. But what I'll actually probably want to do is start on the nukes. Actually, no, I'll talk about it once I get back. Okay, be right back. Okay, I'm back. So, the thought I had was that I could uh take this out. Uh tank. Boom. Ha. And now, I assume I don't have any extra nukes on hand? No. So I have to make one nuke. And then I can turn that nuke into... Uh, 64 nukes. Actually, you make them in pairs of 2, so I only need 62. And then I can get a singularity from it. And then I can take that singularity... One, two, three, four. Let's put those 3 things in through there. I'm realizing now that I could have just taken the extra blast-proof ingots that I definitely have. Take this iridium ingot, put it through there. Mixed iridium ingot. One, two, three, four. Nuclear. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. To make that, I need that. to make one of those, I need these, which means I need blast-proof, beryllium, and cadmium. Blast-proof, beryllium, and cadmium. And to make this into an ingot, I put it in here. And then I compress each of these. And then I pack each of these. And then I take all of these over to here. Okay. Now the only thing left to do is this stuff. Circuit. Nope. Okay, let's get the processing board, since I know I have 2 of those already. Let's get the plates we need. Still good on Electrum. So 8 will get turned into 16, will get turned into 64, so that means I need that much of that. I think I can get rid of this, actually. If I need any more, I'll probably end up just bucketing it over here. Okay, we can put that through there, that through there, that through there, that through there, and that through there, and that through there. Okay, all of that's done. There we go, that's 48. That's 40. Okay, let's make 40 of these now. Okay, put all of that shit back. Okay, now perfect. All of that goes away. And 48. Let's make 60 of these. Make 12 of these. $24 of these. Two of these. No, I need aluminum times 2 and antimony times 2. Antimony, look at that. There we go. Okay, now if we put this in here, oh, it takes 100, not 10. If I was smarter, I would have done this before. Well, now I need to make 56 more. You know, just for aesthetic purposes, I'm going to run it underneath. So every 100 millibuckets, we take the singularities out, duplicate them, well, actually duplicate one, put them back in. So the first singularity will take however long it takes to get 39 millibuckets. The second one will take however long it takes to get 50 millibuckets. The third one will be 33.3 millibuckets, the fourth 25, and so on and so on. Until I get a full stack. Okay. Let me put that there just so I don't accidentally make too few. Okay, so Okay, so let's make the batteries next. Let's make the tin next. Let's see. To make 6 of these, I need 3. So 1, 2, 3. Let's just make a shitload. 4, 5. Done. And done. One more. Well, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. There we go. That's 15 into here. There we go. Oh, I see. To make battery alloy, I need lead and antimony. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So this will cover 9 stacks. And I did 20. No, I did 28 total, so that's 18 stacks. 27, 28. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So I need more. So that is 5, 6, and 3, so that's 8, 14. Antimony, so this time I did 14, 28, 42. So this is 9, 18, 27, 36, 42. Okay. Plutonium. So I have 104. Which should be when I pick up the full stack here. So 56 times 6. It should be equivalent to this times 1.5, so that's 150 plus 18 is 168. This minus 168 is 170, minus 68 is 102. Okay, so we need 112 nuclear plates. Which is... 99 plus 3 is 102, 105, 108, 111. So this is now a multiple of 3. No matter what, that will reduce the amount we need by 1. Ingots, we need... Perfect, put all of those through. Put the cadmium through. Okay, now we have to be careful. I think I have to compress all of these first. Resets. Okay, now is the part where we have to be careful in the packer because 4 of those. Let's send it in batches of 3. Perfect, 37. Okay. $168, perfect. There we go. Okay, perfect. So now we just need to make 56 of these. Just to get everything else away from this recipe, let's do it like this. What'll that put me up to? 9,630. So I could make 370 more to make it really easy to know how many to do. 370 divided by 2 would be 35 plus 150 would be 185. So that's 192, 190. So that should be 185. 64, 57, 64. So this should go up to 370. Okay, and now we have to separate 2,000. Okay. So we see this hit 8,000, then we know it's done. Perfect. Okay, now I can make 2,000 more batteries. $38. Okay, so I just need that extra one. Okay, now we take all of this and put it into this. So we have to leave 3,902 behind. $3,920 actually. And we take the rest of this. Swap that around, put that in, make this. And 13. Perfect time to stop. 40 times 8 is 80, times 4 is 160, is 320. Okay, so let's... 56. Let's get rid of that one, get rid of that, get rid of that. Where's the redstone batteries? I want to get rid of that part of the recipe as well. Perfect. Okay, let's do the copper next. $240. So once we see it hit 1,160... Now we can take this out, add it to here, craft it all into these, and put that back there. Now we take this, put it up into here. 168 is going to become... No, sorry, was it 168 or 160? I can't even remember now. $672 crafts. What do I need the rest of this for? $672, so that is coal. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that. Does it go down by 4s? Well, let's see. At 60, it could do 5, 5, 5, 5, and 5, so that would be 25. Does it alternate between... So with 25, I can get an average of 13. So as long as I stay above 13, this is fine. Okay, next should be... And is it still 1? Yep. Okay. There we go. Okay, so I can close that one. I can close that one, 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 and that one, and that one. Also close that. And that. Okay. So this is 2,136. 2,136. The rest of this goes into here, right? Should be 3,480. $264. Okay. 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 So we need 1,000 and 112. Apparently a little bit more than that. Do I need stainless steel for something else? Did I do my math wrong? So 250 times 4 is 1,000. 14 times 4 is 28 times 2. Oh, I accidentally did times 16 for some reason. So it's only 56. So it should be 1164. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1,584. Okay. So 224 of them go to here. And the other 40 will stay behind. So let's work on the platinum now. Forty times 4, so that would be 8160. So this is 160. which means the other 42 go up to here. So let's put those things in. $224. We're gonna need to make more silicon. I can put the rest of those in now, I realize. And that should take everything else in just one moment. Perfect. Okay. So, just to confirm, we have the electrum done, we have the resistors done. The only thing I have to do is silicon. So we still need to make that, and we still need to make those. For this, we've already done that part. We've done that, we've done that, we've done that, we've done that. We've done that even. We've even done that. And that. Okay, so the only thing we really have to do is to make diodes, transistors, and then op amps, and then gates, and then circuits and logic units. Just 5 easy steps. Let's do that. So we're going to do every single thing 5 times. Actually, six times. Seven times. 8 times for the specific reason this is 4 times. I realize now I've put all of those in, and I have to take all of them back out. Okay, we got that slightly closer now. I need to wiggle my arm around a little bit. This repetitive movement is straining it. Okay. Take a moment to not be doing that. Okay, final stack. Thanks. Oh, this one is much easier to do because I don't actually have to move my arm very much. It's just spam clicking with my fingers. However, because of the previous thing, my arm is just feeling weird. I accidentally did it one extra time, which sucks. That means I have to do a full extra time of this. You know, I'm realizing this is going to be faster. Okay, so I need to remove about 17,000, which is going to end up being 58,000 left. Nope, sorry, 48,000. Okay, and now we will take all of the extra back with me. There isn't going to be any extra yet, because I didn't take enough. $896, perfect. So, once all of this silicon is done, currently it looks like I'm going to be making quite a bit too much. Okay, actually, let's move that over to there. So once I see 16,000... Four, five, done, and moved out. So once I see 16,196. Wait. Yeah, we'll go with 196. How much does a stack hold? 16,000? Okay. So pretty much once I see a second stack appear. So the only thing the nuke gets used for is the singularity, which is good because it means I can duplicate the singularity only and I don't have to duplicate anything that it's made from specifically. Five, 555, 1676. No clue. 'Only a little bit more to go, and then we can finish this up, get the singularity, start making UU matter, duplicate the singularity, and that duplicating it over and over might be what we kind of end up doing with the rest of our time. Because the only other thing we can work towards, well, we can't get to this before we do this stuff. We'll be able to make this soon and clear at this. We'll be able to do that today. We won't be able to do that. So what we need to work towards now is... yeah, we're just working towards replicating stuff. And I guess switching to quantum tier. That will also be something we work towards. lower priorities first, only into higher priorities. You can't share the tops and bottoms on these machines. You could share the sides. $16,196. Nice thing is, once you get 2 of these going, you can have one creating the HE Mox fuel rods, HE Mox quad fuel rods, and the other one creating singularities, so that you can keep ramping up production. And then you can have a third one creating replicators, so that you can keep adding more and more replicators, a fourth one creating processing arrays, a fifth one creating electrolyzers, a sixth one creating these, seventh creating, actually no, you don't need a seventh to create glass. Glass is easy. Seventh to create these, and eighth to create these, ninth for these, and with 10 you can create these, and then you have everything you need to just continuously build more and more things. I guess you only need 9 for that. The 10th is just so that you can keep adding more replicators into the system after that. Okay. Let's go check on the silicon. Actually, well, yes, well, I'm here. Okay, perfect. tank hatch, glass, steel machine casings. Do I actually need this much sulfuric acid? What do I even use it for? Manganese, platinum. The answer is no. Where is that going? Something over there is creating sulfuric acid? Intentionally? Oh, it's being supplied with sulfuric acid. Gotcha. I don't actually think that's going to be that important. Keep finding myself needing to 16,576. Minor issue. Okay, so let's bring this over this way. Fluid pipe, blue. Put that away. I want stone. As everyone knows, aesthetics are everything. I say as someone who generally prioritizes function over form. But that doesn't mean I still don't like when things can be aesthetic. Perfect. There, now I have a lot of ways to look into this and put stuff in and out of it, depending how I need to. Okay. Okay, so I made 1984. So I should stop a little bit earlier this time. 3,808. $3,808. Perfect. So now we can do the transistors. We can do this 3 times definitely without worrying about it. We can do this a 4th time without worrying about it either. So now we need 512. Perfect. Now I have to be very careful. We have to do op amps first. Okay, do all of these contain diodes? No, it's just this one. Which means I can do that without worrying. Three, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now I should be fine to do as much of these as I can. Okay, perfect. Okay, now we have to there we go. That's now producing energy, which will maintain this for, what is that, 500? That'll maintain it for like 8 hours or so. So I have 8 hours to get another replicator. Are there any other places I can put one? No. However, what I can do is that. The energy being supplied is just a little bit low. So once I can duplicate these and the quantum circuits, I can make a battery and duplicate that, and then I can use this and this to make one of these and duplicate this, and then with the duplicated one of these I can start making some of these and switch over to the quantum tier when combined with the superconductor cables. Which will mean I'll be able to get rid of having 2 separate systems, I guess, or I will have to get rid of if I want to connect everything up to it. Alternatively, I just get rid of the platinum system over here and connect the superconductor cable up to all of this stuff as well as this annealed copper cable stuff. Oh, does this not go into this? Ah, I'm missing a piece of glass. 268, 269. Four, 6, 8. And we can add another one into here. And add another 2 into there. Can add another 2 into there. Okay, we can no longer do it 7 times. Three, 4, 5, 6. I'll wait until I get my first stack of 64 singularities before I do anything crazy. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Barely sustaining itself. You know what? I'm actually... I might have to alternate at this point. Oh, I've been stuck at 11 for a while now. Okay. Well, then we might as well let it run for a little bit, where we can increase our production this way now. Every single one will get us closer to... Okay, now we can put this up to 22. 23. 24. 25. There. Now if we just keep alternating, we can keep speeding up the process more and more. And the next one triggers it. 28. Okay, we can let this go for a little bit so that we can get up to 32 in each. realized I should actually get it up to at least 33 in each. Oh, it is already 33 in each. Well, we won't see any significant change until what did I take out to duplicate? Oh, the electrolyzer. I might move this back one. That way I can have multiple rows of them. Because then it'd be 3, share a wall here, share a wall here, share a wall. Maybe one more that goes to here. Yeah, but then I'll have 3 by 3 of them going eventually. And I'll just keep ramping up my production of UU matter for replication purposes. Take one of those out, and once we have one more, we will stay at that amount for now. It's currently every 3 that happens, we're getting another thing. Once I get 16 more, then it'll be every 2 guaranteed. I guess you can also look at this as out of 100, how many will you make? Currently it's only doing 34 out of 100, but every single electrolyzer I add will add another to that out of 100 number. And I believe it maxes out at 64 out of 100, because I don't think it can do more than the amount of electrolyzers in it. Okay, let's add another 7. We're now up to 46. Should go up to 53. Did it drain? No, okay, it's just a little slow. So, now every other time this gets filled, it should go up. Actually, what I could do is let it drain 1 millibucket at a time. No, it'll be 2 millibuckets at a time. This will be 1 millibucket at a time. Then we add that back, and it should drain 2 millibuckets at a time. Or it can randomly not. The 8, 107, 56, 105, 54, 103, 52, 101, and now it should go up by amounts of 50 each time, hopefully. Yes, perfect. And I'm about to immediately ruin that by... Well, it doesn't matter. It was never going to last because I'm going to be going up to 64 anyways. Put that back in there for more duplication purposes. $55. $57. $58. $59. $60. $61. $62. $63. Okay, perfect. Now, let's duplicate this antimatter pellet a couple times. Let's duplicate this a couple of times. Four, five, so that's 7 total, 8 total, 9 total, 10 total. Actually, let's keep one around for duplication purposes, just in case I, let my system fill up somehow. Or I miscount how many things go in. Although, thinking about it, if I didn't want to switch systems, I would be able to... Applied energistics... I would probably be able to duplicate the stuff required to make these big ones. Yeah, so I'd be able to make a 256 million one. Which would have a lot of uses. Don't care about the fluid and chemical very much. What's that other type of item storage? At AE2. That's not what I meant to do. insert into higher priority stuff. Extract from lower priority stuff. Oh hey, I can make that now. I have the extra singularities. So it's supposed to give me resistance, regeneration, haste 3, strength 5, lucky 3, speed 2, slow falling 2, water breathing 1, night vision, hero of the village, fire resistance when worn. That's weird. Well, seeing as that one didn't work out, I will continue to wear these ones. Okay, so I want to have everything. Let's make a couple of these. And that is mechanism done. Let's go with this. I don't think I really need this setup that much anymore. Oh, I should have duplicated that. Damn, that would have been a good idea. Hmm? Think. There we go, that is the mechanism one done. So the only thing left to do is pretty much Quantumania. And it'll honestly probably be at least another stream, at least one more Minecraft stream before we actually work on Quantumania. Because I'm going to be spending time just trying to upgrade this system to get more going. And I think I'll probably end up doing most of that on stream rather than off stream. Is there anything here that I actually care about? I can just duplicate my QIO drive if I want to. Do I have a QIO exporter and importer? I have an exporter. I should make an importer. Don't know why this isn't working all of a sudden. Are they not working because I did it with the duplicator? Are these somehow broken? Well, don't know what went wrong there. Let's duplicate some more of these. Okay. So I need 8. The closest I can get is 9. Or I could get 6. If I get 6, these two are worth using. I just realized this is only going to make 4. Well, looks like we're duplicating. We have reached that level of laziness. Always duplicate at the latest stage. Which will be this stage right here. We might as well duplicate 1, 8, plus a 9th one. Or sorry, plus a 10th one. So that's 7, 8, we need 1 more. Put 1 in there. So that's how you make the turbine, right? Then you use these to make Oh wow, I forgot that you need highly advanced machine hulls for that, not quantum machine hulls. Yeah, guess I made 2 extra. Okay. Okay, so I need 4 of these, plus a bunch of superconductor cables, plus one of those. EV energy output hatch. If I put 8 of those together, then I can unpack them instead. That'll be slightly more efficient for getting them. Plasma iridium casing. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Unpack these. Okay, so we have to unpack a couple more. More. 5, 6. Two, 3, 4. 3. There we go. Okay. So, we have to make this. So we have to make 2 qubits. And we already have the antimatter pellets. We already have a singularity. So we've already duplicated some extras of all of these things. We shouldn't need to duplicate that anymore. You know what? I'm only going to make one. I don't care to go through this process. Okay, so we have all the resistors we could need. So we need to do silicon stuff. To get those, do we have enough aluminum wire? We do. So we need to do 2 coal dust. Get 2 glass panes. How many things is this used for? No, I probably won't need to duplicate that at all either. Okay, so that's most of it done already. The only thing I really need to do is 144. So that should be that much. The one thing I'm going to try and work on off stream is clearing out $80, so that should be 16. Sorry. The one thing I will try and do off stream is clear out the ME system. I don't know how I'm going to do that. That's part of why I'm going to do it off stream. Okay, this doesn't get used for anything else. I already have duplicates of all of this stuff. Except this, but I can make it again pretty easily if I need to. So, we are going to make a second replicator. Let me put stuff in the right order. Oh, UU matter. That's what I'm missing. I'll be right back to here. Okay, I can wait that long. And with this, I can now replicate the replicator. And I now have everything I need to up production. One second. So this is now producing 66k per second. Honestly, I'm not sure why this is so high all of a sudden. So, yeah, next time, if I don't get around to upping production in between streams, that will be what we do on Wednesday. Tomorrow will be Elden Ring again. See, another thing is we need to upgrade our energy production, but the only thing we can really do to do that is work on the fusion reactor. Which wouldn't necessarily be the worst idea, because once we get the fusion reactor up and going, we will get a lot more energy output. In fact, once we get that up and going, I might have 2 superconductor systems going. I would change my positioning of where the interdimensional where is it? The interdimensional wireless charging station. Because I plan to put the fusion reactor over here. What I could do is connect that up to the UU matter station, but then have a separate second superconductor thing that connects all of this stuff together as well as that. That way I can have the stuff powering... I almost need 3. One superconductor system to connect to this to ensure that even if the nuclear reactor isn't producing power, or to ensure that it isn't reliant on itself, and it is instead reliant on that system. See, the nice way would be if you could have energy priority, because then I would set that to the highest. Well, actually, no, I would set the stuff keeping the diesel generator going to the highest priority. Then I would set this to the second highest priority. Everything related to keeping this going. And then I would have the fusion reactor as the next highest priority. So that the entire system keeps itself going. Although technically speaking, the nuclear reactor is going to be dependent upon the fusion reactor. If the fusion reactor ever stops, then this will stop producing the fuel rods once I get around to doing it via this instead. Which would mean this would stop. So the biggest priority is to ensure that the fusion reactor is either self-sustaining or sustained by this system. And then the fusion reactor and the nuclear reactor can be tied together. That's fine, because neither of them are the base system. So the fusion reactor, we're going to have one thing of deuterium going in, one thing of tritium going in, and 2 things of helium-3 going in. Once all of the deuterium is used up, what will this all be producing? Helium, plasma, and hydrogen, as well as deuterium. Because I won't have 2 things of deuterium, I won't be producing tritium. So I can dump the hydrogen, use the helium plasma, obviously. And then put the deuterium back into the system. How much does this produce per? Consumes 100,000 EU per millibucket. There's 1,000 millibuckets in a bucket. It makes 1,000 millibuckets at a time, so that means it produces 1 million EU per tick. It's kind of vital that you get this one going, this one sustained, and that you get it down as low as possible, because the amount of EU per tick it takes. Or this one. This one's not bad. This one's much better, though. Although I don't remember if you can reduce the amount of time it takes to make it self-sustaining at all. It might be a thing where you have to sustain it via other stuff, and the only reason you want it is because despite being less efficient, it's still more power per tick than just about anything else. Although, I also need to change this to a more energy production variant. And then I would also need to increase the amount of steam turbines I have going for it. Might have to extend this out one more. How much would that add? 2 more blocks? Yeah, I could even extend it out 2 more if need be. And I can extend it upwards 1 or 2 more as well. Because currently this is doing 66k divided amongst 4 is 33-ish, is 16.5k. That's not what I meant to do. Each one can do 16. Yeah, so this is currently doing pretty much near its max output at 66. So if I increase production up to let me double check how much each of these can do. I have one that does 176k, one that does 120k. I might revisit that website off stream as well. So it's 2 things I have to do off stream. Look at my system and try and get it all into the QIO drive. Let's see, what do we have going in here currently? So I have some QIO importers. Um, Yeah, I'll look into how to get the most energy production out of a system again, as well as that QIO drive thing. But that is going to be it for today's stream. Thank y'all for coming. So tomorrow, playing the DLC for the Enchanted Knight. What's it called in Elden Ring? The Enchanted Knight starting class run. Then Wednesday, more Minecraft, picking up wherever I am, just increasing production, working towards fusion reactors, stuff like that, upgrading our system, shit like that. And thank y'all for coming. I'll catch y'all next time. Goodbye.